Hello, hello, hello. How are we all? Happy hump day, everyone. Halfway through the week. The weekend soon approaches. Just making sure all my volumes are looking good. Yep, there we go. Thank you, Tim. Yep, still a little bit of refinement left to go, but we're nearly there. Yeah, this is now a shed simulator. Yeah, we thought we'd just leave it like this. Give it that sort of outside-in feel. So yeah, so this is the dev shed as it currently stands. We actually had no action on it at all today because, well, it's been raining continuously. We were supposed to have the electrician today to run all the cabling, but obviously that generally isn't a great idea in the pouring rain. Dev prison, yeah. This is where Claire's going to lock me away, and I won't be allowed out until the game's finished. So I've also gone on there and I've marked out where all the various bits and pieces need to be. So if I just do a snippety snip. So you can see I've drawn some lines over here. So the desks should end there. So you've got this 3-meter span and about like 60 centimeters there. So that's going to be the dev desk. It's actually two 1.5 meter desks, 3 monitors per desk. Whether you can see there, that says screw holes, and you got like a little arrow here for PC. Another little arrow there for PC. So I'll be wall mounting both my PC and Claire's PC. So the builders are going to put some extra noggins in between these bits of wood, so we'll have some extra structure here to actually screw the PC cases to give them a bit more support. So they're not going to be just hanging off a plasterboard. Yep, a nice static dev desk, all set up, all purpose built, all ready for some hardcore dev action. Now, I'll also have obviously the microphone and everything over here. This will be my desk. So that's Dan's desk, and that's Claire's desk. Obviously my desk is going to be the more coolest of the desks. Yeah, this is an accurate representation of how neat they'll be as well. Yeah, so that's the general idea. And then if we get rid of that and go back to the picture, essentially desks along the back there. I'll have an IKEA unit behind me with some shelves and things just for various geeky knickknacks that I've collected over the years. I'll have a little sofa there for chilling out on, a little coffee table, and the all-important sink and kettle will be in the corner here. Yeah, the reason that these are like up, down, up, down, up, down is because you need to nail them in from the sides. So if you get a nail gun in there, obviously if they're all in a line, then the nail gun can't get to the ends of the wood. Oh, hello Alfie, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the PC case is a Core P3 Pro thermal take, I think that was. think it was Thermaltake, yeah, Core P3 Pro. And it is a heavy case. And with the all-in-one cooler and the massive 6-ton 4090 hanging off the end of it, yeah, it is a heavy beast. But that's why we're putting extra stud work in, just to literally hold the bracket. It's actually a TV bracket that it connects to. So the back of the case has essentially Visa mounting screws, and you stick in the usual like latched rail that you hang TVs on, and then a wall-mounted TV bracket goes on the wall, and the PC literally just hangs on the TV bracket. Yes, that is a back door, because we have a soakaway at the back. It's not a huge amount of space. I do actually have a picture. Yeah, so at the back of the dev shed, so this is my desk here, and right on the other side of the outer wall, this is where we're having a soakaway for the drainage, because it's literally just a small sink, a single tap and a kettle. It doesn't need like full plumbing and full drains. It's not like there's a toilet in there or anything. So the guttering and the sink are just going to go into a soakaway, and that back door is just so that we can access the back and do maintenance or whatever else is needed. Plus the Starlink dish is going to be on the roof above my head, so we might need to get round there for that. Of course, the other thing is that there's not much gap down the sides. It's only a 400mm gap, and I'm quite a fat lad, so I can't get down the sides. So if we need to do anything, I need a back door. But yeah, if that needs weeding down there, we'll just send the kids down with a spade. Yeah, exactly. That's the naughty bit. That's where I have to go and sit in the mud if I haven't been meeting my dev schedule. Yes, System Unknown, that is the future studio, which is still under construction. They think it will take about 2 weeks to be completely finished, and that's obviously plasterboarded, soundproofing, painting, carpet laying, all that sort of stuff. All the electrics done. I'm getting an absolute butt ton of plug sockets put in, so we should never be short of things to plug in. And it's going to be on a 40 amp mains cable, so hopefully we won't blow that up. Yeah, they say 2 weeks, but obviously to get to the point we're at in 2 days, and that's not bad. I mean, all the framework done, 2 days, brilliant. So they've got to clad the structure, obviously waterproof the structure, put the windows and doors in. The windows and doors are pre-made units, so they just screw in. Putting the plasterboard up, that's a day's job. That's not going to take long. It's just sheets of plasterboard. You nail it to the beams. Take a day to run all the electrics, probably another day to put all the sockets and the lights and things in. So yeah, I think 2 weeks is pretty realistic, weather dependent. Of course, once the structure's waterproof, then there's no holding it back then. Assuming it all goes to plan, which these things invariably never do, like the fact that we have an unexpectedly shared mains water supply, which is so old it looks like it's clad in Bakelite, and it's like an old steel pipe rather than anything that's up to modern spec. So that's fun. But anyway, what else have I been doing throughout all this chaos? So I haven't been able to focus much on dev over the past 2 days, as you might imagine, and all the builders traipsing in and out and asking lots of questions. So let's take a look at what I did manage to get done. In fact, it's easier if I just run the game and show you. So over the past week, I guess, what I've been doing is I've been going through each tab of the sensors and just adding more and more like little bits of detail and polishing the things that are there and writing down literally absolutely everything that either is missing or not working properly. For the GPS mode, I'm down to 0 action points, so this should be completely finished and completely operational. Obviously, you've got a few little debug things on there which we'll get rid of eventually, but we'll leave that in for now, because until we have actual physicalized alien civilizations in the game, we're relying on some of the debug states just to describe those locations. Other than that, this is fully functional, doing everything it should do. On the long-range sensors, we are now a lot more fully functional than we were. So of course we've got the little readout screen here now, which all works and is all connected up. I added an actual effective range to the long-range sensors, which is essentially double the radius of the Milky Way, which I figured is far enough. So the galactic mode has an unlimited range, and the long-range mode has 150,000 light years, which is pretty much going to reveal anything anywhere in the galaxy and beyond. So effectively that's no limitation. I've tested the auto refresh, that's working. The focus switch is working, so you can see it's either loading the stars where the ship is, or the stars in a manually specified location. All these buttons work now. The zoom now zooms in and out depending. Switch that one so you can see the stars better. So plus and minus have been inverted for the display zoom. I might separate out the zoom on here from the display range on here, because if we go down to the minimum range again. So say you're on 15 light years, or see, I'm already pressing it the wrong way around. Say you're on 10 light years and you want to reveal more things within range. Instinctively, you'll press plus to increase the range. But of course, that reduces the range because you're actually zooming the display. So we kind of have the opposite problem to what we had before, in that this is not particularly intuitive, and it's either non-intuitive one way, or if you flip it, it's non-intuitive the other way. So I think long-term solution is that the sensor filter here needs to be divorced completely from the zoom that's available on the Holo-display, and have actual Holo controls on the Holo-display where that can be handled there separately. So yeah, it's not so much the arrows, it's more the case that when it was sensor range, obviously it made sense that you increase the sensor range. Let's get a few more on there so we can see what we're doing. So if you're increasing the sensor range, you're obviously seeing more stuff. But it's what you're actually doing is you're reducing the sensor range by pressing the plus button. So it swings and roundabouts. Whichever way you do it, the other way doesn't make sense. So I think having physical controls on the Holo-display, so the captain or commander has direct control over the Holo-display independently of what's going on here, in the long run probably makes more sense. But yeah, we'll continue to play with that and test and see which feels best. Yeah, regarding graying out stars, we do that now. So you can see that as we go through the different filter stars, all the other stars are still there, they're just grayed out, which is kind of nice. I I like doing it that way because you get this really cool effect where it's just highlighting the stars of interest. The view detail button and center helm are obviously now grayed out if nothing is selected. If you select a star system, that all highlights up now, which it didn't do before. And if you go and view the detail of that, you can see that I've reduced the amount of information that is actually displayed. So before it said unknown terrestrial world, unknown gas giant. I've just reduced that even more, just to unknown, and had it just say scan required as the description. It feels better like this because it means that when you run the survey, there's actually slightly more point to it. There's more reward from pressing the button, because it's just going from completely unknown to a decent amount of information. If you click any of these, you can now see that it says over here that we have knowledge level requirements for each of the various bits of information. So essentially that's knowledge level 1 is the long range scan, and that just gives you the basics about the orbit and the physical attributes, which is things like mass, gravity, radius, that sort of thing, things you can easily see from a distance. The atmospheric details require you to be within the system, so that's your knowledge level 2, that's your medium range scan. And then obviously the surface data requires you to be right up against in visual range of the planet, so that's your knowledge level 3, which is your short range scan. And these will unlock as you fill up the little blobs here. So these little blobs count for knowledge levels 1, 2 and 3. So if we initiate our survey, and that should flash when we do it, hopefully. There we go. So you can see an active survey is taking place. So now that's done, and we have knowledge level 1 on all of these objects. You can see that we now actually have a description of what these objects actually are. And when you click on one, you can see that we now have some of that data populated. I haven't done the orbital characteristics yet. That just needs fleshing out. The data is there; it just needs putting in the list. But you can see that knowledge level 2 and 3 are still not available. So that is now hooked up and working. It also now grays out the survey button. I need to make the button wider because it doesn't quite fit. But it means that on any system where you haven't explored, or you have explored rather, you can't do it again. That job's been done, the button's grayed out. Oh, well spotted, Firstus, thank you. Yes, there is now a limit added to the other sensor modes. Before we move on though, let's just have a quick look at what actually needs to happen here now. So in order for the long range sensors to be considered feature complete, at least for this update, when you click on them, obviously you have the target sensor target icon, which kind of moves around as you click stuff, which is fine. We can see where we are within the galactic space. When we click view detail, at this point, obviously nothing's happening here. So there's information on the display which is not presented on the Holo-display. So I think the way forward with this is when you click an object and click view details, this changes to an ORI map. And that's probably what I'll do tonight actually. I'll make this into an ORI map. So before you fly and take the time to fly over to a star system, you can at least see an orrery map of that system and glean useful information like, is that planet within the habitable zone? And you can see that visually on the holo-display before even going there, to explore it in more detail, which gives you more information from a command perspective as to whether or not that is a decent target for going to explore. Because if you've run your scan, you can see there's a terrestrial world within the habitable zone. That's a prime candidate for exploration. So we want to make sure that that's made obvious to whoever's playing captain, so that you can see that yes, that's definitely a prime candidate to go to next. So that job needs doing. The other job that needs doing is we need our brief summary constructing for just for the star systems as you click on them. So that's going to say something like F-class star system with 18 orbiting objects, etc, etc, etc. Just a brief summary of what that is in words. And then we'll at some point have a little speaky button, so you can click the speaker and it will actually read it out. Ava will read that out. Joseph, yeah, that was one of the issues, and I think I fixed that now. I was messing with that last night. Let's do one on C. So if we look at this one, so if we highlight that planet and run our survey, when the survey's finished, that planet should not be highlighted anymore. He says, hopefully. Which it still is, of course. Okay, so yeah, so that still needs fixing. There's the code which decides whether or not it should be highlighted is fairly robust on purpose, because using these list view items, getting them to recognize that they're the active object between clicks is often quite awkward. So I actually need to break the way it does that to stop it from highlighting. So yeah, we'll resolve that little issue as well. What else? Oh, and the other thing is so right now we're looking at the detail mode. If we come off of that mode and go back to long range, it now resets to the full listing. And if we go into that same system, nothing is selected now. So that should reset every time. Yep, so the operation of the bridge is not supposed to be run by a single person. In the next update, so not this particular patch cycle, when we start working on a patch cycle 226, we will have a helm NPC and a sensors NPC. So you'll be able to play as the captain and just physically look at those NPCs to get them to do what needs to be done. So you'll be able to command them directly. That's really the first iteration of the NPC system and issuing commands on the bridge. Or you just do it in multiplayer. Jammo, so we clicked HP 68030, yeah. Yeah, so the bar on here, I did toy with the idea of making it green, but it stood out quite a lot, and I think what I'm going to do, and probably the same with these ones as well, is not actually have them green, have them the same color as the buttons. So if we go into our UI panel customization, so if we change the buttons to say like yellow, then the little blobs on here will pick up that same color. or we can add a fourth color option. We do have a box for it, for just like highlights or something, just a tertiary color, so that we can change the UIs accordingly. Because the downside of having it green is if you happen to make your UI green, then you can start losing some of that information. So I think for tertiary items, it would be nice to have a fourth color option, so that they can be colored differently as desired. It's a tremendously garish display I've just created. Ah, I see what you mean, Jamo. No, so hang on, I can't bear to look at that. So, oh no, I'm pressing buttons. Stop pressing buttons. The bar here is representative of the entire system. So the entire system is 10% explored. This represents the physical star itself. So that's not speaking to the whole system. That's saying this object within the system has been scanned this much. Because obviously, there's going to be details about the star itself, like the photosphere, for example. Right, so we need to fix the highlight lingering after a survey. We need to get that generating some meaningful text, and we need to have the Holo-display switch to an orrery map when we click view details, so that the Holo-display more accurately reflects what's being displayed on this page. Once those things are done, that should be the sensors, the long-range sensors, completely feature complete. Finally, on the medium range, you can see that we've now got the little screen on here as well, and we have an effective range of 30,000 AU. And 30,000 AU is pretty much half a light year. And the reason that I've chosen 30,000 AU specifically is because when you enter that cube that contains the star system, 30,000 AU basically covers from the outside of that cube to the middle where the star system's sitting. Star systems generally fit within 100 AU or so, it's more than enough range. In terms of spawning content within that cubic light year, because we have large world coordinates and floating point issues to worry about, any content we add to a star system has to be obviously towards the world origin, towards the middle of the system. So we can't really put content half a light year away from the middle of that cube, because the floating point errors are going to be massive. So again, this 30,000 AU will always pick up whatever happens to be within that sector cube. There's much more to do. I say much more. Actually, there's not much more to do on these ones. Like with the long range, I've fixed the fact that it didn't recognize completion of surveys. So that's now done. So obviously that grays out once you've done the surveys. That's not needed, as everything has knowledge level 2. I don't think I haven't added the knowledge level requirements to the data on this page yet, so that just needs copying over. That's all copy paste, so that won't take long. And then that should be that done. The orrery map's not drawing right now, but that's because the Holo-display is in a flux, so that'll be fixed. I think the only other thing we have an issue with on the medium range sensors is the lack of anything to put here. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head that's meaningfully useful on the medium range sensors. So we have a button for display alignment, and that's simple enough. So if it's on the targeted object, then whatever you've got targeted is in the middle of the display. If it's targeted on the ship, then obviously it just follows the ship around. The display order just lists this, so parent distance is as it is now. Ship distance is not hooked up yet, so if you were to click ship distance, then the ship would be here at the top, and then all of these objects will be listed by distance to the ship directly, just to give it something, just another set of buttons to press, really. But what else? So we've got all this display real estate here available, and I can't think what other buttons we might need to put on here. So if you guys can think of anything, that would be good. Yeah, add to favorites, that's not a bad shout. Will VR players be able to play with non-VR players? Yes, that is the plan. The VR pawn within the game is no different than the single-player pawn in terms of how the game handles it. So, yes, we can have VR players moving about the ship in the same time as non-VR players. Yeah, non-planetary bodies. So if there were ships and stations here, they will also appear. And also moons. Obviously, we're on the medium range scan, which means we're within the system itself. So if any of these planets have moons, they will come up underneath in the tree. So this is a nested tree that will grow bigger and bigger the more objects that get added. Yeah, I like the idea of putting Clippy there, that could be quite funny. Yeah, some display features could be good, actually, like orbital lines, that's a good one. Things like showing like the temperature regions, so a toggle to have temperature regions on or off. That's not a bad idea either. Yeah, okay, there's a few things we could put there. Yes, Daniel Jackson, yes, they will. Right now there's no button for it. I'll probably put it on this side, just like a little arrow that you click to expand. But yes, because like Jupiter's got like what, 40 odd moons if you count all the rocks and things going around it. So yeah, some gas giants could have a significant number of moons, and that's going to make this a nightmare to scroll through. So yeah, you'll be able to minimize those. Not just that, but of course this is only dealing with a single star system, i.e. a system that has a single star. If that system had multiple stars, and each one of those stars had its own planets, then this list is going to grow monstrous. So yeah, so all of these need to be minimizable and expanded as needed. Reverse engineering, could you show us again how you implemented the electrics? Sure. There's not a lot to see on the test map, although the electrics are running. So you have a power supply, power source, i.e. this box. So right now this box is just a fake power supply. That's outputting a voltage onto its output port, which isn't physically represented, but it logically it has an output port, and that output port has a cable ID that's associated with it, and that will be the ID of this particular cable, so it knows which cable it's speaking to. Similarly, this cable uses gameplay tags to know what its upstream device is and what its downstream device is. Some of them, and I think both of these fit into that category, they have no endpoint, which means they are essentially the end of the cable. So these ones don't try and find something to be plugged into. They just assume that they are in some form of manifold where everything's connected to them. So all these lights, for example, are using this cable as their voltage source. So like this box, these lights have an input socket interface, and that has the cable ID associated with it. So for each of these lights, I need to tell them individually what is the cable ID that they're receiving power from, which will be this cable here. So these things obviously all daisy chain together, so if that cable breaks, all these lights go out because they are no longer receiving voltage from their assigned cable. In a nutshell, that's how it works. Okay, and finally onto the short range. I think it's going to be easier to populate this missing space here with things because we have a surface map. Interestingly, it's still drawing the last one, so I think if we come out of that, go back, click it again. It's not drawing the map we want it to draw. That's interesting. It's also given me a different map entirely. Hang on a minute. We have something weird going on. It seems quite happy that that's its texture. Definitely a mismatch going on here, so I'll have to have a look at that. On this surface map, and indeed the Holo-display version of it, we're going to have lots of different layers of data available. So things like cloud cover, surface structures, like water, plant life, just life generally. So we need toggles for all of that. So I'll probably just put them here. So we can have a long list of like Google Maps like things you can turn on and off to show different data layers. And those data layers will obviously show on the 2D map and the 3D map at the same time, assuming that they are using the same map. I don't quite know why they're not, so I'll look into that when we get to it. And like the other ones, we have our maximum range, which at the moment is set to 3 million kilometers, which should be enough to essentially fit in a gas giant and all of its moons. I think Jupiter's furthest moon is like 2.8 million kilometers. So I'm basing this on Jupiter and how far Jupiter's moons are. So I think 3 million kilometers should be more than enough. And then anything within that range will appear on this list. So yes, that does include moons. And when you zoom out of this, did I break that too? Yeah, I broke that as well. So yeah, when you zoom out of this, it will show orbit lines and its moons, obviously with the planet in the center. And same deal as the medium range. You can either have it focus on where the ship is or focus on whichever object here is targeted. And again, you can display distances based on from the ship or from their parent body. Which will obviously show you how far away the moon is from its host planet. And then same deal here. Again, this needs the knowledge level requirements inputting into it, but that's just, again, copy paste. Shouldn't take long at all. I'll give you a quick in-engine example in a sec, reverse engineering. Ian, yeah, this is actually broken, because obviously what you see out of the window, and I'm hazarding a guess, it might be a little bit messed up because we're not actually near a planet. Let's actually go to a planet and see whether or not that solves the issue. I choose you. Yeah, because it... Oh, I didn't press the button, did I? Yeah, it might be that it's defaulting to the wrong world. Unless that was just naturally in range because we were in such a small system. It's kind of the issue with having a very large effective range. It's on like an M-class system. Planets are generally quite close together. Right. Oh, interestingly, that is the one that it was showing earlier. Yeah, the Sol system I can understand because the switch between manual textures and procedural textures isn't implemented yet, so that one's expected. Every terrestrial planet having the same map, that's definitely broken. Right, so that's the planet as it's illuminated by its star. So that's its natural color. So that's the illuminated color. That's its natural color, and when I click that, we should see that. Yeah, phew. Yeah, so the 2D map and the 3D map both show the actual natural physical color of that world, whereas obviously what you see out of the window could be a completely different color because it's bathed in the light of the star. Which in some ways makes this interesting because you're seeing the true color of the body as opposed to the lit color, which is kind of cool. And obviously things like the clouds here will disappear when you turn those off, and they'll disappear on both at the same time. I'm just going to test that with a different planet because I just want to make sure that this system's actually working. Obviously this is the system which has been worked on least so far, so it's going to be a little bit buggy. Yeah, I don't think star textures are hooked up to it yet, Zelaf. I'll have a look in a bit, but I'm pretty sure they're not from memory. Okay, so there's our planet, which in reality is grey. So you can see in this instance there's a huge difference between the physical color and the apparent color, and this should match. Yeah, good, so they are matching. And match these two bits together. The things are bigger than they appear on a Mercator projection. Actually wondering whether or not this is upside down, but we'll find out when there's a more distinct planet. Do we have any gas giants? No. Let's just look at this dwarf planet a minute. This one might not work. Yeah, so very soon we're going to open up the F1 button on the development builds so that bugs can be raised properly from within the engine, and we'll focus on the sensors first for finding and fixing bugs. I would imagine we're going to have quite a few issues that need resolving. Right, okay. Right, we get a lot closer to dwarf worlds than we do non-dwarf worlds. Similar. So I think it's actually mirrored. That's what was putting me off. So if you look, you've got like a little blob there, bigger blob underneath, and then to the left of that you've got this like three-pronged shape. Now if you have a look on here, little blob, big blob, and then the three-pronged shape is on the right hand side. So one of these is mirrored. I don't know which off the top of my head. So yeah, so the procedural generation is working. It's the same seed and everything. That's all going through okay. It's just one of these displays is mirrored. Yeah, which one? That is the question. I'm going to hazard a guess. It's probably the projected version, because that's just a straight texture that's being generated from the procedural system. This has more going on with it. Yeah, I imagine we can put markers on for that sort of thing. To be honest, something I'd like to do with the Holo-display is actually have 3D markers and indicators, all over it. So things like, rotational direction and rotational period, actually have that on here as a 3D ring with some text on it. That could be quite cool. Actually, you know what, Anasi? I think you've just cracked it, because in order to create this 2D map, what we're doing is we're taking a cube map of the inside of this planet. So yes, the cube map we're capturing is obviously from the perspective of the inside, so that makes sense why it would be mirrored. Yeah, well done. Yes, markers for stuff on the surface, definitely. If there's a team down there, or there's a shuttle, or even if the shuttle's still flying around, it would be cool to see see a typical orbit track on here, maybe, of the ship. Actually, that would be quite cool. Have the ship name with like an ISS style orbit track on the map. Would be quite cool. But again, this is the beauty of building all of this iteratively. We start with our foundational functionality, and then we just keep adding to it, adding that complexity and depth and interest, which is kind of cool. Right, okay, so we know why it's inside out, because we're taking a picture from the middle. So all I need to do is flip this on the y-axis, and that will solve that problem. It's above it, isn't it? Yeah, so yeah, it just needs flipping on the y, and that will solve that. Yeah, like, who needs to plan? Have a good idea and run with it. Right, so that is the state of play as to where we've got to on the sensors. Yes, rather not say, exactly that. And that's something worth mentioning, because obviously the ship is eventually going to be in orbit around the planet, and that orbit is going to be just a spline that's drawn based on the altitude, and the speed of that orbit will be the speed of whatever a circular orbit would be. So it will calculate how fast the ship needs to move to maintain a circular orbit. Now, if you're taking off from the planet, obviously the ship could be passing overhead at something like 3-4 kilometers per second. So you need to be able to catch that ship up in order to then dock. Unlike something like Kerbal, where you'd actually have to do proper orbital maneuvers and try and match orbits, the capabilities of the shuttle are going to be such that it won't be difficult to catch the ship back up. As you raise your altitude above the planet's surface, you are in an orbit yourself. So your spline that you're being dragged along gets bigger and faster the higher you get in altitude. If you are higher from the surface than the ship is, you'll fall behind. If you're lower than the ship, you will catch it up. And the speed of the shuttle or whatever other craft is always relative to the orbit speed that you're currently moving at. So the moment you fly up out of the atmosphere and enter space, you're already going to be moving at a couple of kilometers per second, most likely. And then it's just a case of flying towards the ship from there. But yes, you will need to rendezvous with the ship, and yes, it will be making its way around the planet. The story behind the chicken, and she is Admiral Cluck Norris, is that we have kept chickens in the past. We don't have any right now. Chickens are funny little creatures, and they always escape. And the idea is that in the ship's park area, we will have some chickens that are kept there for eggs, and there's always one that's always escaping. And that particular escapee is Admiral Cluck Norris. So you'll find her just exploring the ship because she keeps escaping her pen. Yes, all planets are seed-based, and yes, they are network synchronized. So if someone were to join me in this game, they'd see exactly the same as I'm looking at. And that will extend all the way down to the surface as well. So if you see an interesting looking rock next to a tree, they will see the same rock and the same tree. And the reason for that is because the seed is not a seed in the traditional sense. It's based on the XYZ coordinates of everything. So the actual coordinates of the planet is what drives the seed. So naturally that means it's going to be the same for everybody. So everyone gets the same galaxy right down to individual rocks. Yep, geostationary, or every planet will have an altitude which is geostationary. So the system that generates the orbits or manages the ship's orbits will always assume a circular orbit, and that's based on your height above the equator or the orbital plane. So the more towards the polar regions you are, the more not eccentric. can't remember the word now for, essentially your orbit will be tilted. So if you're above the pole, your orbits will be inclined. That's the word I was looking for. You'll have an inclination of 90 degrees from the equator. So, and again, the background sim will manage that for you. So you can still fly the ship around arbitrarily, and as you fly around, it will constantly be redrawing the orbit based on where you are above the planet's surface. So if you're above the equator, you'll have an inclination of 0. If you're above the pole, you'll have an inclination of 90 degrees. And there will be an altitude where all of that adds up to geostationary. So you'll be obviously on the equator because you'll have to match the planet's spin. So if your inclination is 0 and your altitude is correct for the radius of the planet, then you will be in a natural geostationary orbit. And obviously that's different for every planet because they've all got different radii. I said all that in one breath. Right then. So I've waffled on for an entire hour and not actually done anything yet, so let's do something. Let's make some progress. Know that the planets do not move, they're all locked in place currently. Eventually we do hope to have them actually properly move, but there's a hell of a lot of complexity to solve for that. One, for targeting reasons, obviously all of the sensors and everything are based on where things are. All the seed system is driven by where the planet is, and if the planet's moving, then obviously that breaks the seeds. So there's a huge amounts of complexity in moving the planets. So at least to begin with, they will be stationary relative to their star. So the up direction, yes. So it's definitely based on the orbital plane. So if you think of, well, I guess from a stellar sense, obviously the plane is the circumstellar disk. Then you'll have an above and a below of the circumstellar disk. I think we'll probably use anti-clockwise. So if you're facing it and the orbital plane is moving anti-clockwise, then that's your up and your down. If the orbital plane is moving clockwise, then your down and up are reversed. Yeah, voice attack works with the game already because every single button press on the sensors and on the other consoles, they're going to have keyboard shortcuts associated with them. The caveat being you have to be sat in the chair for those to work, because obviously there's going to be a lot of buttons in the game and not particularly very many keyboard shortcuts available. So Control Shift A will do something different on the sensors to what it does on the helm. So it will depend on what chair you're sat in. But you can then bind them to voice attack or game glass or a stream deck, anything else that essentially is capable of sending a keyboard shortcut to the game. And then you can automate any of those tasks with a tablet or a voice. Yes, reverse engineering. All of the cables are linked. Actually, I said I was going to show that, didn't I? So if we look at the Holo-display here, target, give me the target. Right. So here's our Holo-display, and you'll see that the upstream cable name has a name. So on begin play, the Holo-display starts searching for this cable, which happens to be, is it that one? No, that's the lighting one. Right, so that's your hardware. So going from end to end. So this box is just called PSU2. It's just putting out power, constant power. If I was to tick that box, then it pulses once a second, which means all this flashes once a second. Its cable ID, so the downstream cable, i.e. the next cable along the line, is feed-hardware. This cable is called feed-hardware. Its upstream device is PSU2, i.e. this, and the upstream device interface is 1. So when this is sending voltage or messages back towards its upstream device, it knows that it's going in interface 1. So this box could have like 20 different interfaces. So we need to tell the box, tell the cable rather, which one of those is it plugged into. And then you'll notice that this one has end supply ticked, which means that it's not actually looking for a downstream device. If that was not ticked, then it would look for a downstream device, which could be like a switch box. And again, that would be the interface on the switch box that it's plugged into. And then that would talk to that box. By having end supply ticked, all that's skipped and it doesn't try and speak to anything. So essentially it just assumes that things are plugged into it. So graphically, what you'll see is all of these lights with their own individual cables that'll probably plug into like a multi-gang socket in the wall, along with this. So again, cable name is feed-hardware, and this is looking for feed-hardware, as are these as well. So you'll see this is also looking for feed-hardware. If I was to rename this cable to something else, then none of this stuff would get power. So it is all logically connected, and it all is interdependent. So anything within the game that is electrical in nature will have an associated power cable, and if that power cable is in any way broken, then none of that stuff will work. Can't remember whether I actually hooked up the pulsing or not. Let's not do it on that one. Let's do it on the lighting one. So if we add pulsing to the lighting, assuming I hooked it up, it should work. Does it? Did I hook it up? No, I didn't. Oh, you can see it pulsing there though. That's just the default mesh. As you can see on this one, it's receiving pulsed voltage from the box, and I imagine these guys are not getting that update quick enough. But that's how it all works anyway. It all connects together. It is interesting though. Why are they? Oh, it's because they're all on God mode. Hang on. If I turn off God mode on those lights, essentially that means that they don't need electric. So if we turn that off, then they now need electric. And interesting enough, they've picked up emergency power. And just to satisfy my own curiosity, make sure that it's actually still working. Okay, so So you can now see that when this cable receives power, the lights then light up and go out accordingly. This is what I love about simulating these systems. So we don't need to tell the lights to flash. All we need to do is remove voltage from the cable and they naturally turn off, which is brilliant because we're not having to script specific things for the game or specific behaviors. We just need to affect the simulation and the desired result will naturally occur. Which is exactly why we're doing it the way we're doing it. So, we've got flashing lights on the bridge without having to program flashing lights on the bridge. Turn that off before anyone has a fit. Yes, exactly like real life. Yes, Anassi, absolutely. You sound like Claire, actually. Do some work, Dan. Right, what are we going to fix? So the item still being highlighted after doing a long-range scan is harder than you'd think to fix because of the way things are drawn. So I won't do that one on stream because I think that's going to require a small but annoying change. So if you've watched previous streams, you'll know that we're sending an action message with our updates to the data, and those action messages trigger a corresponding task, essentially. But because it's just a simple string field, we can only send one action message per update. Having that list item not be highlighted anymore requires that we do two things with one update, which means this needs turning into an array so that we can send an infinite number of different action messages per update of the sensor data. And then rather than doing a simple switch on string here, we will have to loop the array and do the switch on string from the array instead. And that will solve that problem because then we can then put as many action messages as we want into any particular update, and if it needs to do 10 different tasks, it can. So that is what we will do, although I won't do it on stream because it does mean I have to restart the engine and everything. But there is a solution, so that is good. I tell you what, why don't we go and build the orrery map for the long-range sensors? Because that involves a good amount of node wrangling and various other bits and pieces. Yeah, you're right, Firstus. There's it's funny how it works. Sometimes the most complex looking thing turns out being just ridiculously easy to achieve. And yes, the opposite of that is some of the really stupid easy things are actually ridiculously complicated because of how it's been set up. Okay, so on the Holo-display we already have an orrery map. But I think what I'm going to do is duplicate that so that we've got a long-range version and a medium-range version, unless I can specifically repurpose that. Let's have a look. So just to go through the event logic, when we update anything on the sensors, that's any button press on the sensors, it will update this data object, which is then broadcast out blind into the game engine, and then certain endpoints like the Holo-display are essentially listening for that. I guess it's like following someone on Twitter. So the sensors makes a tweet, and then whoever's following that account picks up the message. Essentially, that's how the analogy works. When it receives that updated data, we set our replicated variable, which means that goes out to any client, and more importantly, any newly joining client, because one of the biggest challenges in networking and multiplayer is things that happen before the player joins. And in a game like this, where people can drop in and out at any time they want, we need to make sure that they get the most recent version of the data when they join the game. And that's what these rep notify variables are for. So all that does, assuming the Holo-display is not turned off, we do a switch on whatever sensor mode is currently the active mode, and then we draw the display accordingly using this data here. So in the case of the long-range sensors, we then go and draw all the stars and draw all the target indicators and such. So, do we add the orrery map to this, or do we make a separate function for it? Now, technically, we could make this a generic function for drawing an orrery map, because we're using the same struct in terms of the data object. Yeah, so that probably makes more sense, to be honest. So on the medium range sensors, which, as with most things on the Holo-display, I have currently broken for refurbishment purposes. Essentially, it draws the spheres, and then it adds all the planets, and it also draws the rings. So basically, it just creates a spline, and then it draws a spline mesh along that spline to create a ring, and the planets are literally just placed around according to their data. So these data objects here are the old ones, and that's why this has been disconnected at the moment. So that needs replacing with this new sensors data object, which is the mother load of sensors data, which is essentially a snapshot of what the sensors are doing at any given moment. Yeah, the Galaxy Gen, well, the Galaxy Gen is an ongoing thing. It's not ever going to be finished, I wouldn't have thought. Just continually iterated upon over time. Yes, Anasi, absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to be rendering this kind of data all over the place. And the astrometry lab down on C-Deck is going to have its own Holo-display, and we'll be able to do all the things you can do on the bridge, which does lead to the interesting question is, can the sensors be busy because someone else is using them? But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. An orrery map, which is a stupid word and hard to say, is essentially like a 3D planetarium model. Let's see if I can find one of these things. I'll find a decent picture of one. Found the worst picture ever, but that is an orrery. So it's actually, I think I found a better picture. One of them. essentially it's a 3D representation of a solar system. Yeah, so we do have one. So this already does generate an orrery map. It's just using the wrong data point. To be honest, there's probably a quick fix there. So previously, we were updating and managing a separate replicated variable for the current star system the ship is in. That's now contained within the sensors data itself. So current sector location. Yeah, and if we break that one. So that should be sector location details. Yeah. So that actually even easier. I can just plug straight in there. So we can replace all the references to the old data with the new one. This one doesn't require objects, which is the last one. Again, replace the old data with the new one. And this data structure just contains literally everything about the star system. So that's the list of all the planets and sun and things, and that's all the data relevant to the central star. This will change over time. Again, adding multi-star systems invalidates all of this because there is no longer a single central star. There's multiple stars involved. And then we're starting to talk about barycenters rather than central stars. And I think I'm going to build the data structure where everything is built around a barycenter. So even if it's a single star system, there will still be a barycenter, even if that barycenter is in the center of the star. And we'll build everything from that, just to keep it consistent from a data structure perspective. I don't think that data is directly referenced anywhere else, so unless it's apart from there. So collapse some of these a sec because they're filled with stuff we don't want. Ooh, a wild Claire has arrived. Wild, hey, everyone. Untamed Claire. I'd love a cup of tea. Are you offering everyone a cup of tea?
Yeah. Does anybody else want a cup of tea? Or coffee, because that's what I'm having. Latte, preferably. Hey!
Okay, thank you. Oh, emergency lighting. That's because I turned off God mode. So it's panicking that it's not getting a proper voltage supply from there. So it's going, no, an emergency lighting mode. Okay, so we have the orrery once again. So the orrery map we're drawing here, obviously is perfectly functional, but it's using a very specific bit of data. So I think what we'll do is we'll make that generic and make it so that we can use different data sets to draw the orrery map, and then we can use it multiple times. Let's just go and move the ship to the middle. See the whole map. So of course this map should update in real time as the ship moves. Then we can zoom in on the ship location. Ship icon's not there for some reason. There we go. So we can now arbitrarily zoom in and out of the orrery map. So we just need to make this generic now. Thank you. Oh, Claire pressed buttons.
No, I'm stuff.
Oh no.
You've got too much stuff on your desk.
It's all gone wrong.
Sorry.
This is why Claire's not allowed in the dev area.
Calamity, Claire.
It's alright, I fixed it. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole project gone. Sorry. Right, okay, so let's make this generic and then we can use it all over the place. Where were we? Holo-display. Wow, that's a bad dream. Simply don't roll. Yeah, don't dream that. So yeah, so of course the other problem is we don't want to use that variable anymore, which means we don't need to set it there. We need to use this instead. So actually, no, actually I was wrong, because if we're making this generic, then yeah, then our range actually needs to be specified from here. So we need our sector location details. So struct sector location details, and then we need our display range. Pop that in there, so we don't need that one. Assuming that's a local variable. Yeah, it is. So if we make this a local variable as well. Sector location details. Do that because it's the same name as that. Sector location. Okay, and then we'll replace these references with this new local variable, and it just means that this data needs to be fed into the function. So cabling question: how you interface continuity and cable damage. So the whole system is event driven. If you stop, well, I guess when it's pulsing, that's exactly what's happening. So when we had it turned on to pulsing mode, when power is turned off from the box, it sends 0 voltage to this cable, and this cable knows which lights are plugged into it because they all have that on them, and that then sends 0 voltage to all of these lights. So the message for 0 voltage is passed down the line from one device to the next. Similarly, the usage, so the resistance of these devices, is then passed back up the line to calculate amperage. So you've got your voltage, resistance, amperage triangle, and we're using the resistance of the object to create the amperage on the cable. But things like whether or not that light is actually turned on and using the voltage, i.e. it's creating a draw, that is passed back along the method, along the daisy chain of objects. Yeah, all the load calculations and things were already done. It's already working. Now, if this cable was completely destroyed, visually destroyed, functionally destroyed, those messages are obviously still passing back and forth because those are background simulation states that are actually ticking away in the background. The voltage usage and the resistance applied by whatever device you've plugged into it, obviously that has a physical effect when voltage is flowing over that cable. They're quite chunky copper cables. We're doing a heating calculation on that as well with the amperage, but the amperage is so low that it's barely getting warm in terms of melting cables. So that's something, once we've got the main high voltage hardware properly using the voltage and properly applying resistances on the cables, then at that point we will start to balance out where those red lines are, because we need those red lines to represent everything running at 100%. So as soon as you go over 100%, you go through those red lines and things start taking damage. So in terms of gameplay and dealing with situations and maybe being in combat, maybe running away from something, you need to be able to break those red lines to achieve more performance at the cost of things getting hot, melting, breaking, etc., etc. And all of those conditions and the actual values on those red lines are going to constantly be tweaked over time until we find the sweet spot. But yeah, so the entire electrical system is event driven. So it's not ticking live. So it's not constantly ticking away in the background. If no state changes have occurred, then there is no messaging in the system, which is why it's so lightweight and performant. Messages are only sent between devices if a state change occurs, i.e. something's been turned off, something's been turned on, the voltage has changed, those sorts of things. And every time one of those conditions changes, then a message is filtered down through the daisy chain and everything updates accordingly. If the entire electrical system was constantly ticking, like say with Minecraft, for example, so redstone in Minecraft, you get a pulse that goes along the line of the redstone, and that's originally how I had it set up in Unreal, but that doesn't scale. because that pulse could suddenly be going across hundreds of different electrical cables in various different directions. And the amount of logic that's then running on the CPU is huge. So there's a definite upper limit to how far you can go with that. But with an event-driven system, where it's literally costing nothing on the CPU while it's just maintaining its state, it's far, far better. Hey Mark, welcome back to the stream. And I hope you're feeling better after your surgery. Oh, that's interesting, Firstus. Thank you. Yeah, so that'll be the case that the button to start the reactor is obviously hooked up to the vacuum of the reaction vessel, and that's simply a value check. If the value is too high, the button's not enabled. It's obviously not checking that while the reactor's running, so that's definitely one to look into. There are probably going to be lots of little bugs like that in all of these systems. There's probably hundreds of tiny little edge cases that need to be fixed and polished. And we'll spend the last week or so before the demo update, probably 2 weeks to be fair, just going through and finding and fixing as many of those as we can. Oh, that sounds painful. Should be all those references replaced. Obviously we've got some extra information we need to give this now. So we've got our display range and also the current sector location. And the right way around. Right, so that should still be working then, as expected. Let's just check it to be sure. We're bathed in the red light of our emergency lighting. We are adding an orrery map to the long-range sensors tonight. Probably amongst other things. That's still working. We still have everything on there that we want. Okay, so that's hopefully a lot more generic now. What I actually might do So rather than having this specifically used as the medium range sensors, I'll add, oh maybe I was just thinking I'll add the stuff like the currently selected object to here, and just have the aura remap display as something, just a separate standalone function. But things like the ship indicator and target indicators and things, they can be held separately. Yeah, because this is going to need changing the long range. So on the long range sensors, obviously the ship's not in the system. At least 99.9% of the time it won't be, because you're not going to be using the long range sensors for the system you're already in. So yeah, so every time you click an object in the list, we need to use that location as the route for the display, which means we need to tell it which one we've got clicked, and obviously that will be contained within the data. Which means we also need to tell it which object has been selected. We need to do it from here because that data is not in this struct, it's in the more pertinent sensors data struct. So we could potentially, rather than piping it all through, where is it? There it is. You can just access it from here. The reason we are specifically specifying these, is because we don't know beforehand whether or not we're using the current sector location we're at or one in the distance that we have targeted. It could be either or, so we need to kind of keep that generic, whereas the currently selected large system object, which would be that one, that always uses this data point within the sensors, so it is safe to reference that directly. And all we need from that is the local coordinates of that selected object, and that's where we would plumb that into there. However, there's another factor to consider, and that is whether or not we're focusing it on the ship or on the targeted object, which means that that's going to come from medium range display specifically, which means in order for this function to be generic, we do need to tell it which version of it we're using. You'll have to forgive me for a minute, I just need to let my brain waffle on. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this function. Most of these on reps can go now. If we duplicate that and just call it render drawing map. It does. Sometimes I get Claire in to sit down so that I can explain to her what it is I'm working on and how I'm doing it. Because through the process of explaining it to her, A, it helps me understand it better for myself, and B, I suddenly come up with an idea that I'd missed. So she just has to sit there patiently, listening to me waffle on. Yeah, exactly. So what is that enum called? I suppose that's the pertinent question. Oh, it's specifically tied to the medium range sensors. That's no good to us. Which means a Boolean will have to do the trick, and that can be focus on aligned ship. Makes more sense. Okay, so if we are focusing on the ship, then we're essentially aligning it to the ship's location, which is that variable there, which we're keeping. And the reason we're keeping that particular one is because that updates at 30 times a second, and we can't do this 30 times a second because that would be madness. So we do that separately. Okay, so that should kill two birds there, because we are making it usable on the long range sensors by always having that as false, and we're also implementing the alignment change, display alignment change button at the same time, so that's good. And we are going to have to change the zoom buttons on the Holo-display for the long range, so it works in AU rather than light years. Yeah, bad turn of phrase. So when it comes to setting the position of the ship indicator and the target highlights, so I was just thinking of doing this within the function that controls the particular sensor mode, but we kind of need the root offset here. So we need to set this as the root offset for the whole display, i.e. the midpoint, the bit that's going to be in the middle of the bridge. And things like the ship location on the display is going to be an offset of this. So either the offset would be 0 because we are using the ship coordinates, or the offset will be the difference between that and that. Yeah, so that plus that is the offset for where it would be if that is false. And I think it's better to do that all at once within this than to try and bring this in separately. Right. Okay, so on the other sensor modes, like with the orange, I've split all these out into just separate individual steps, which just makes the whole job a lot easier to manage. So yeah, things like this. In fact, I'm going to copy the whole thing because why not? Yeah, then on here, so rather than doing that specifically, we'll do that instead. Okay, and then whether we're aligning to the ship or not would be down to the medium range display focus. So that would be a select, and then if that's interesting, so that needs renaming. So that needs renaming to ship, and that needs renaming to target, but that'll do for now. Definitely want a full refresh. Just out of interest, are we already setting this value? Because if we are, then that button should already work, which would be lovely. Too many tabs. Medium range sensors. Blah de blah de blah blahs. I don't see the button there, so medium range. Ship position. Nope, that's not been hooked up yet. And targeted object. Up yet, so they need to go over there. line ship. Target. Make it long, wordy. Okay, so we press that, it goes through to there, it replicates that, comes through to there, and then we need to add it to this list here. So we need, we don't have it already, no, nothing there yet. Just to make sure I don't make any typos, we will copy paste the text. Okay, and then all we need to do is pop in a couple more of them. Bosh and Bosh. And then on those ones we need to get rid of that. That. Actually refresh the display. So the first one is the ship. So point, galactic center. I agree. Right, let's see whether that actually works. That should change the focus of the orrery map depending on what is clicked. So let's see if anything even works. Doesn't seem to. Okay. Funsies. We know the buttons are hooked up. We know that the buttons trigger what they need to trigger there. If we go on the GPS mode, we can actually steal some code here because we've already done this job once already. Display focus, blah 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 blahs. Right, so essentially we need to do that. And that will just handle the lighting up or not of the buttons. Medium range. So there's a bunch of stuff here that actually not actually connected up because it's for the other mode. So yeah, so those ones just move out my way a minute. You can move out the way. So medium range display focus. And then we'll run a select on that. No, we won't. We'll run a switch on that. Right, I'm going to rename them a minute because I'm going to get very confused. So that's enum, display focus. This shouldn't break the engine. It's usually structs that break the engine. So focal point would be ship, and galactic center would be target. I think we'll do that the other way around. Ship as the default. Oh, of course. Ship as the default, and then target as our option. Switch that one round. Makes more sense on there now. So get rid of those on it. And we need a reference to these. So align to the ship and align to the target. No, way around. So if we're aligned to the ship, that needs to be disabled. If we're aligned to the ship, then the line to the ship is disabled. That one is enabled. If we're aligned to the target, that's not enabled. Aligned to the ship, yeah. Thought I had that the wrong way around. So we're disabling the one that we're on, enabling the one we're not on, which means the same is true for that one. Disable the one we're on, enable the one we're not on. That should handle the toggle between the two. Help if I connected that up. Another thing I'll do a sec actually is this is obviously sending emergency voltage. We don't want it to send emergency voltage. So voltage delivery. So one of the things I had to do in the game is to have some way of differentiating when the ship was on emergency power. Because when you're just sending a voltage, there's two ways of doing it. One is you can drop the voltage, so when the voltage is low, the light goes red because it's on a low voltage. But we don't necessarily want to do that. We just want to have like the ship in emergency power mode. So what I'm doing is I'm actually sending, I've lost it, where is it gone? I'm sending a message along with every update just to inform everything downstream of the voltage source that it's running in emergency power mode, and they can then react to that accordingly. So in the case of the lights, if they're running in emergency power, they turn red. Turn that off and they'll turn on normally. He says, whilst failing horribly. Hang on, was that lighting? Was that lighting? So you're the hardware, you're the lighting. Not sending emergency power. Ha. There we go. Right. So medium range, here is the display, hoorah, and we are currently aligned to the ship, and we know that the ship is currently around the star. Zoom right in, we should be right next to it, like that. See, it would be nice to scale these objects, because obviously right now we're right next to the star, but that star is actually that big in reality. So we could perhaps scale it with a minimum scale, so it never gets smaller than that. But if you zoom in, it does actually be its proper size relative to the display. Could be an interesting thing to do. Okay, so if we now target that planet and we click this button, it should orient the display to that planet. Or alternatively, it will do nothing at all. Interesting. So yeah, we're still aligned to the ship, and that is not doing much. Why not? Oh, I know why not. It's because I changed this. I changed the order of the enums, of course. These are the wrong way around. And that's how easy it is to break something. So this time, select a planet, press the button. Ha ha! Ha ha! So right, as we go through there, it will now focus on whichever planet you have selected. And then you can zoom in and out of that object independently of where the ship is. Ship, planet, ship, planet. Huzzah! Okay. Functionality achieved. Right, so now that that all works, we need to add the same functionality to the long-range sensors, which means we need to like generic this up a little bit. Oh yeah, definitely. When I used to be a PHP dev, and obviously this is true for lots of different programming languages, but like a single semicolon in the wrong place or lack of a semicolon will stop the entire script from working. So you go from like a fully functional web page to blank page or error message just because of one semicolon. And then you can spend like the next 6 hours like pouring through pages and pages of code looking for one missing semicolon. But that's why we love coding. It's all part of the challenge. Yeah, absolutely. Blueprint scripting like this, limited in some ways, but in those regards, it's very difficult to break. Like, you can't generally cause like a full engine crash using blueprints, because the way Epic have set it up, there's a lot of guardrails, and you have to try really, really hard to break the engine using blueprints. But of course, the flip side of that is you don't have as much functionality available to you. No, Zalaf. So the data blocks that display the sensor readouts have knowledge level awareness. So on the long range sensor, if this is what you mean by your question, if you have done a medium range scan or even a short range scan of an object, then yes, that data will be visible on the long range sensors, because that level of knowledge is associated with that particular object. Yes, funny you should say about Easter eggs on terminals. I was going to have it simulate a game of solitaire. So you can just like press a button and just play cards on the console. It'd be quite funny. That sounds evil, Zoke. PHP generally doesn't. You need to set up print statements. Or at least it did back when I did it. So generally speaking, if you've got a script error and the script won't run, generally speaking, you're screwed, because it's broken to the point where it won't print out anything. So all of the sensors will display any of the data that is currently unlocked. So if you think of it as unlocking different layers of data on each object, once that's been done, that data will be there on any of the sensor modes. And yes, you will be able to use the bathrooms in the game. We'll probably have them just as cubicles. So your character will go into the cubicle, the door will close. After a few seconds, there'll be a flushing noise and the door will open again. So we'll mask it all behind a closed door. Same with the NPCs. They'll disappear into the cubicle, the door will close, there'll be a flush, and then they'll leave. Keeping it tasteful and all. Yeah, there will eventually be plumbing, but that's going to be quite far down the line. We already have a functional fluid simulation, or rather a functional piped fluid simulation, because that's used by the reactor for the reactor consumables. So the code is already there for plumbing, but implementation of plumbing on like a per sink and per toilet level, that's probably like one of the last things we'll do on the ship. Well, we're going to have perhaps the occasional grunting noise. Yeah, reverse engineering. So every state change is an event, and that event can go either upstream or downstream accordingly, depending on what type of event it is. If a cable breaks, the event is sent in both directions to let any attached devices know that that cable is now broken, and that is reflected, say, on the switch box. The interface will flash fault if the cable reports that it's faulty. Right, so this is actually set root location, and then yes, we select on that, which we know works because we just tested it. Okay, so potentially that needs renaming to Orrery. In fact, I think I will. Again, because we're genericing this up a bit. So this is no longer exclusively the medium range sensors. This looks wrong to me. I think all three of these should be a negative value because why? Because why? Because yeah, because that represents the center of the map. So that's the 0 point. Now, if we move the 0 point to location of the ship, that needs to be the inverse of that, because obviously we're moving away from it. I will test this. I'm going to test it now because I think that's the wrong way around. Essentially, we'll know when we look out the window whether it's right or wrong. We go to 1, 2, 3. Let's go to the third planet. Why did we suddenly lose our map? You're welcome, Tim. Enjoy some grub. Oops. Forget where the ship actually is for a minute. But you know we won't. So this is very much the hardest part about this particular bit of code, and this particular system is making sure that everything is positioned correctly relative to everything else. So like with here, some of these coordinates need to be inverted because we're moving away from an object rather than towards it. And yeah, as you move, hang on, no, lost it. Yeah, so all this stuff needs to be tested, and I think the ship indicator in particular is in the wrong place. So that should be, under ordinary circumstances, that plus that. That should give us our relative ship location relative to whatever the map is aligned to. And if we're aligned to the ship, yes, if that's the star, hang on a minute. No, that is right, because of course, the ship's moving, so its coordinates are not always going to be 0. That makes sense. Yeah, so that should be the case. So the position of the ship is an offset of the position of whatever object we have selected. Except that also needs to be promote these to local variables to stop running spaghetti everywhere. Yeah, we need to just run a select on this because if we're aligned to the ship, then the ship needs to be in the middle, which is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Otherwise, if we're not aligned to the ship, then we want the offset. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah, so the ship is now aligned with our current location correctly, as we want it to be. Obviously, if we target an object there, so the ship is not where it should be when we're targeting these objects. So specifically the third planet, which is where we are, the ship should be there as it is in this mode. So that tells us, I believe, that the coordinates are wrong. So what we need to ascertain is where is this planet in the sky relative to the back of the ship. So if we look behind us, we should see that planet kind of over there. Yeah, the non-scaled version, I guess a bit like the traditional system outliner in Elite, where you've just got a picture of the star and then a line of planets. I think something like that would definitely be beneficial, so you're not having to zoom in and out. So we just have a generic distance between each planet rather than having them continually get wider and wider. Like compressed view? Yeah, compressed view, I think would how we describe that. It's kind of awkward that all these planets have the same name, so let's solve that by going to Earth. Home and cheat drive. Spelled correct. I love that the Holo-display immediately updated. That was nice to see. Okay, so behind us and to our right, so kind of up there should be Mars. So Mars should be up there, which it is. Seem to have a lot of ship missing. Again, this is a test map, so the ship shouldn't be there in case anyone's wondering. So I'm pointing at Mars. So this should be pointing at Mars, which it is. Right. Oh, I see. So I was just wondering what this particular array was doing. It's just making sure that all of those objects are centered. Oh, but that's interesting because they are being inverted separately to the location of the map. I'm going to set it up how I think it should be set up, based on what I believe to be the correct logic of the situation. And yeah, so that would be our root vector. In fact, let's set that up as such. Set up a local variable, we should call it root location, the location to which everything else is aligned. And that is simply that inverted. Like so. Okay. Which means that the location of the map and the location of the spline components should both be on the same center point. Okay, and then in this instance we should have that. So the root location plus the offset, otherwise we're at 0, 0, 0. Yeah, my brain too, which is the problem. In the chat. Right, so Sol is in the middle, where it should be. Which means Mercury should be over there. Mars is dead ahead. Okay. Interesting. Of course, one of the things which complicates all of this is that the entire holo-display is rotated 180 degrees there. And the reason that is rotated 180 degrees is because of the way we're moving space around the ship. So when you fly forwards, we're in fact moving space backwards towards you. But because of that, it means that the display on the holo-display needs to be rotated 180 degrees to properly align with what's happening outside of the window. But that 180 degree rotation makes the other stuff difficult to sort of picture in your head. Yes, Firstus, definitely. So on the helm we'll have like a nav ball and various other bits and pieces showing an actual heading. Obviously the galactic plane is the reference for what is flat in the galaxy. I don't know whether you noticed there, obviously the Sol system is quite heavily inclined towards the galactic plane. So I suppose the question we need to ask when we get to that point is whether we update the nav ball to align with the plane of the largest thing you're around. So if you're near a planet, it aligns to the planet's equator. If you're between planets, it aligns to what is essentially the protoplanetary disk. And if you're outside of a star system, it aligns to the galactic plane. Probably the easiest way of handling localized reference to determine which area is up. Up is a very relative thing in space. Yeah, I think we'll go galactic plane, star system plane, and then equator. Right, so if I don't invert this, then I have a feeling that it's not going to move in the right direction when we move the ship. So the ship is in the middle where it should be. Target Sol. That's in the middle where it should be. Nothing else is where it should be. So if I align the ship with Sag A, then we know which way is forwards. Why is there a black ball around the ship? Let's level that off a little bit. So the ship is facing exactly forwards. Or should be facing exactly forwards. Okay. So why were we inverting the Z? That's an interesting one. Are we doing anything crazy over here? So that's a central star. Just setting scale scales. Okay. Right, okay, so I think this is the root of the issue here. We are setting the relative location of a planet object, which we're attaching to our component. So the scene component is basically the root of the Ori map. Hang on, we're inverting the X and the Y, but not the Z. So I think what's going on here is we've got like a bit of a mishmash of things being inverted or not inverted. Because I have a feeling that this is cancelling out this. So if we set this to what I believe it should be, okay. And then all of the planets, when we add those, are going to be the offset from that, which means they don't need inverting. At least they shouldn't need inverting. And that's just the text render, so that shouldn't need inverting either. So we don't invert it here, but we do invert it here. Let's just give that a whirl a minute. Yes, so that did work because we're at Earth and Earth is on top of us, so good. So our galactic plane is where it should be. Obviously the rings are drawing in the wrong place, but that is correct. So that being the case, then Mars should be immediately above us and to our left. So Mars should be up there somewhere. Side here. Right, Mars, where are you? Up, left. Down, right. Okay, so which is the inverse? That's interesting. So it's behind us and below to the right. Almost at a 45 degree. Exactly a 45 degree angle. Okay, is that the exact opposite of this? So that's up to the left. So yes, exactly opposite. Hey Cloud and Playtime. And anyone else who just joined who I missed. For the benefit of the new joiners, I'm currently working on building a generic orrery map that we can use across multiple sensor modes. I'm just trying to make sense of the coordinate system. It's not behaving exactly as it should. I think I've got some things inverted where they shouldn't be. So technically, each one of these planets should be an offset of the root location. So yeah, so really that should just be that plus that. Which means we shouldn't need to do anything special with that. I say should be. Because actually, thinking about it, no, that should be that plus that. So obviously we want to match the same scale. So on that particular note, pretty sure that would be the same there, wouldn't it? Yeah, because that would be that. Yeah, that multiplied by all of that plus that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so everything is on top of itself, which means we have... Oh, that's interesting, actually. So... stuff's moving about, but... Oh, that's just the labels. Yeah, yeah. So in actual fact, the code I just did for the ship location is in fact working. Because we're at Earth, and when I click Earth, the ship's in the middle where it should be. So we know that the location of the ship versus the location of the route is definitely correct. If we zoom out ever so slightly more, yeah, we can see that the ship's there. So we're 1 AU away from the star. Yeah, and if we switch between Mercury and Earth, the relative position between the ship and the sun remains consistent. Okay, progress. I think what's happened before is I've obviously found my way to the solution in a really, really roundabout way. Kind of converting scales back and forth when I could have just done that, which is what I should have done. So we know this is correct, and those should definitely be aligned with the route. Although I don't quite understand why we're doing that there. I mean, surely when we add them here, yeah, so the location of orbital rings should always be equal to the root location. Again, we've got these inversions here, which I don't think we should have been doing. So that's fine. So we've got our scale, map radius, and we just put it across to there. So Earth is in the correct place. The spline point for Earth is in the correct place. So now we just need to make sure that the little blob ends up in the same spot. Cool, so of course the other, oh no, that is right. So the root location is going to either be the ship or the object we've clicked on. Sorry, hey Archer. Yeah, I've got my brain in trying to figure out angles. So the ship is all the way down there, which is basically on top of the star, which of course is the root location for the map. Now if we're aligned to the position of the ship should be right in the middle, obviously. If we use the targeted object, it correctly goes where it should be. If we click ship position, then so what should be happening is nothing actually, because we're at Earth. And Earth is in the middle of the map, right there. And the ship is at Earth. And the map is aligned to Earth. Mercury is in the middle, the Sun is in the middle, Venus is in the middle, Earth is in the middle, so that's working. The spline is drawing correctly as well. And then to locate the offset of the ship is in the middle because we're focused on the planet we're at, so that's working. If we focus on the ship, then what should have happened is the ship should have stayed where it was, and so should have the rings. So that tells us that the ship bit of the equation is wrong, which is this bit here. So if we put that there, okay, plug that into the select instead. Because what we're saying there is if we're focused on the ship, then the ship should be in the middle of the display. Otherwise, it should be at this crazy offset here. Okay, that's better. So with Earth targeted, when I press these buttons, nothing should happen. Okay, good, good. Okay, and if we focus on Mars, Earth is still where it should be. Mercury, Earth is still where it should be. So Mars, Earth, Mars, Earth. Still bang on our orbit line where it should be. Obviously, Mars is up and to our left. I think it is, was it? To the left. No, so it was in fact down and to the right. Okay. So I think actually all that needs to happen is This needs rotating. So if we rotate uh, 180 and 180. Although that's probably going to result in the ship facing the wrong way. Oh no, it shouldn't do actually, because it's separate objects. Hey BC5, we are improving the functionality of the orrery map to make it more generic, so it can be used in multiple places, and generally sorting out the coordinate system, because there's some weirdness going on. Firsters, so why does the long range sector so 133? 101 targets with sector focus. Because, generally speaking, the... Oh, hang on. If you mean the focal point, when you have an individual sector selected, it will display every single star in that sector, regardless of how far away it is. So when you zoom out, you get the full cube of stars for that sector. Even like M class will render further away than they do normally. Whereas the ship focus, or the focal point, employs more strict rules on what you can see, but it's also rendering a 3x3x3 grid of sectors. So the fact that there are more stars visible is because you're also seeing stars in the sectors that are around the sector that you're in. That probably explains the discrepancy you're seeing. Or to put it another way, 3x3x3, I think it's like 30 something, isn't it? Oh, 27, yeah. So when you're focused on the ship, it's drawing 27 sectors. When you're focused on the sector, it's only drawing the one sector. Yeah, I shall. I'll give that a whirl. So I think part of the problem as well is I'm attaching these things to the root component rather than just offsetting them. So that actually was an irrelevant action and was just serving to confuse the situation. Yeah, because I'm not doing that. I can just do that. So that makes that much easier. Just pop in our mesh. And then we just need to add text render component in a similar location. So we break that vector there, and increase the height of the text a little bit, because the text render needs to obviously go above planet blob. Okay, and then we don't need to attach it. We don't need to do that anymore. We can just plug that in there. Get rid of them. Put that one there. Get rid of that. Simplifies that significantly. So this should mean that the orrery map should be entire and complete, just inverted, if I'm understanding this correctly. Okay, so we've got planet blob, planet name, and the ship. Planet blob, planet name, blah blah blah. Mars blob, Mars name, Mars orbit. So all of that's lined up nicely. It handles the zoom correctly. So that's fine. We do that. So Earth, Mercury, Venus, they're all moving to the middle of the display as we would want them to. I need to move the orientation of the spline. So you'll notice here that the orbit doesn't intersect with the planet because the actual spline point is there, and when that's rotated around, obviously that will be there. Just because of the triangulation, the jaggediness of the circle, because there's not enough spline points. So I need to rotate the spline so that they align. It's probably a job for future Dan. Okay, so everything is where it should be relative to each other. However, it's not where it should be relative to where things are in the sky. So again, just to remind myself, so Mars is up and left according to the Holo-display, where it's actually down and right. Running out there, I'm not going to see it if I run out there. Down and right. So it should be up there. It's down there. So we need to flip it vertically, and then flip it on the x-axis. I can't flip it on every axis because then it would be over there. Now that we're not inverting any of these other locations, let's try that. So if we don't invert the routes, where does that leave us? Everything... Oh, interesting. So... So we're on the opposite side of the orbit to where we should be. I was hoping it was going to be that easy. Obviously not. Okay, so... what I don't want to do is have to invert everything else. Yeah, because whatever we invert here is going to have to be inverted everywhere else as well. Hang on then. So split that up a sec. So if we invert that, not those. It's at least going to move Mars up to where it should be. But as a result of this, it does mean we have to invert that. And this is the consequence of inverting one of those values. It means that you have to do the opposite on the objects that you're spawning. So we invert those two, but not that one, which is the opposite of what we're doing there. Then we also have to do that anywhere we are spawning a thing. Same here. So invert the X and the Y, not the Z. That's fine, we've already converted that. Is so where does this put Mars? So Mars is now up into the left. That's interesting because it was below and to the right. Back into the right. Okay, so again, it should be below us, not above us. So these objects are still aligning to the center, as we would wish them to. I mean, if I do the inversion the other way around, that shouldn't make any difference to how it was the first time. Yeah, I'll go through it step by step in a sec. So everything's aligning exactly where we want it to. And now Mars is behind us and to the behind left. Should be behind right, yeah. Right, so Mars should be there, it's currently over there. So technically we should only now need to invert y-axis and then Mars will be in the correct place. So right now what we're doing is when we're getting the coordinates of the ship and everything, we're not inverting that value at all. Instead, we are doing the inversion at the other end. If we were to do that the other way around, which I'm going to do just out of interest because to see whether Mars is in the same place this way around, and that would just be 1 times 1. So that's not inverted, that is inverted. I'll do the same here. Not inverted. Feeds off of that anyway. Don't invert this. Should be the 3 locations where we mess with coordinates. Right, so if Mars is somewhere different this time round, then that's interesting for reasons. Yeah, so we've got. Now that's interesting. So mathematically, those vectors should be in the same place, but they're not. This is a test map, so the ship doesn't look anything like it looks like in the game proper. It's missing practically everything. This is literally just a bridge, so you can see I can run out here and there is nothing. Yeah. Right, so I'm pretty sure, based on all the other modes that I've set up, that because of the way we're moving space around the ship, these values must be inverted. They have to be. So that needs to be catered for here. So if Mars is up and to the left, then we need to if we invert that one, that one, that one, and then the same here, that one, that one, that one, that one. Does that put Mars where it should be? Because I have a suspicion this orrery's probably been broken since day one. and we just haven't noticed that Mars is in the wrong place. So from the perspective of Earth, Mars is down and to the right. Which it is. So, right, so that... Oops, I've just moved the ship. Didn't want to do that. Right, so Earth and Mars are correct now on the holo-display. The ship is not, so that needs to move. If we make sure these are in the middle, so Venus is not in the middle. Right, so they're inverted as well. Earth, Mars, yeah, so they're not. So yeah, so Mars in space is in a different position relative to the ship to Mars on the orrery map. So the orientation of the orrery map is wrong. And you can't just rotate it. That doesn't seem to put Mars in the correct location. So let's try. Oh no, we did that the first time round. There is essentially there's a combination of flipped coordinates which is going to work. Where are we? Yeah, so flipped, not flipped. It's fine, that just uses that anyway. Yes, astronauts. The surface environment is an entirely separate location, so you can have players in both places. Yeah, Tigris. The issue with this is the movement of space around the ship is obviously inverse to the direction of travel as the physical ship simulation. So there's a little invisible ship that you can't see, and that's moving around and it can collide with other physics objects in a physics simulation. That drives what you see outside of the window, which is movement-wise an inverse of that. So when the little ship moves forward, space moves backwards to simulate movement. But because we're moving space around the ship, that means that the coordinate system that comes out of the galaxy gen needs to be inverted for the holo-display. For the the galaxy map, I think, probably is suffering from the same issue here, whereby the where things are relative to each other are correct, where they are relative to what's out of the window is wrong. So it's kind of half right. Yeah, what you see out of the window is correct. The holo-display is rotated 180 degrees, which adds added complication to all of this. Yeah, essentially you've got three separate layers of information going on. You've got the physical simulation of the ship movement, you've got the visible simulation of the ship movement, and then you've got the display simulation of the ship movement. So you've got three different things all using the same data in a different orientation. See, like this is almost correct. No, hang on. Hang on, did I just get it right? I think I might have just got it right. Right, Mars is behind us and down to the right. And on the holo-display, it is behind us and down to the right. Is that it? Is that it? Have we done it? Hang on, let's just make sure that everything is in the middle. So Mercury in the middle, Venus in the middle, Earth in the middle, Mars in the middle. Okay. Tentatively, that looks good. And then the ship is in the middle and at Earth. Holy crap, I think that's it. Right. Now the true test is if we fly towards Mars, is it going to fly in the correct direction? So we are, oh look, I can already see something is going to go wrong because we're pointing up there. That's interesting though. Why did that display change? Right, so you can see that the rotation of the ship is now wrong relative to the direction it's heading in. And it's actually pointing away from the plane. Yes, Tiger, is exactly that. Right, so are we going to now fly backwards towards Mars? No, it's just not going to move at all. All right, hang on then. Yeah, there's again, so the rotation is the other factor as well to consider. So you've got the inversion of the coordinates of the ship, but you've also got the inversion of the rotation as well, just to make it even more complicated. Right, so if we put this back a sec to the non-inverted values. So invert the main coordinate, not spawn coordinates. Yeah, it's degree based, so 0 to 180, then 0 to minus 180, I think. Yeah. Or just 0 to 360, depending on the coordinate. Right, so if we target Earth and then rotate the ship to face Earth, it's interesting, whenever I click the helm, it's changing the orrery map, which obviously shouldn't happen. So I'll figure out why that's happening. So which way are we now facing? So we are facing that way. Okay, so the Z-axis is correct. So if we were to rotate the map by 180 degrees, so that does that. And of course, that's not going to help us particularly because these objects are they're not attached to that object. So rotating the Holo-display does nothing because they're not actually attached to it. So yeah, that didn't help us in the slightest. Actually, what we will do is just make sure the map is moving. At what point does it break? That's the answer to the question. Potentially, yeah. Although I tend to persevere until it's fixed. If I click use sensor target, it breaks the map. Interesting. Okay. Where are we at? Earth. Center helm. Break the map. Fix the map. So as soon as we started moving, it locked us into place. setting Mars as the center of the map. Okay. Hang on, we can probably work out why it's doing that. Right, so that's what's changing. Right, okay, yeah, and that's because when that updates, it's actually rendering the old version. So we need to take this, copy that, pop that on there. Right, that should stop it breaking when we press helm buttons. Okay, let's face Mars again. Right, so that button's still breaking it, but it should still work while we're moving. Again, so we're definitely good on the Z-axis there for the ship orientation. So when we go to warp, are we going to fly sideways towards Mars? Yes, we are. And then just to make sure that that aspect of it works, if we send the ship to Earth, so Earth is now the center of the display. So what should now happen? Break the map again. Right, so we should now see the ship moving and not the map, which we've never had before, so that's a new thing. So we should see the ship literally do its little power slide across the map. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, well this should be easy to fix if we sort out the correct orientation for the display relative to where the planet should be, which I think was that way around. Yes, I think it was either this or the inversion of this. I can't remember which way around it was now. And then what we'll do is we'll get the ship pointing the right way instead. Nope, it wasn't that, because Mars is in the wrong place. So it must have been the other way around. So, oops, one, minus one. So that would be minus one, minus one. Right. So Mars is behind us. That's fine because the ship's the wrong way around. So if we point the ship at Sat J, just so we've got our galactic plane leveled out. Mars behind us and down to the right. Mars is behind us and down to the right. Okay. So everything is in the right place. The ship is currently facing the correct direction. Yeah, so if we now target Mars, just make sure it does appear in the middle. Yeah. So we're facing the right way on the x-axis and the wrong way on the y and the z. Now we can invert the rotation of the little mini ship to fix that. Just to make sure that we actually do go in the right direction when we fly. We should now do our crazy little power slide all the way over. That's correct, Tigris. Yeah, the only thing that's being synced on the network is the location and orientation of the ship itself. So basically the vectors and the rotations. All of the map rendering data is done locally. Right, that worked. So what we need to do now then is we need to make sure that we update the orientation of the ship accordingly. So that's, yeah, none of that's rotated. So when we set the position of the ship here, yeah, so we'll set our relative rotation. which means we need to grab where is it? Setting this from ship. Right, so we're setting it from there. Right, so okay, we're setting that directly. So I think what we'll do, so we won't set it on our function. We'll set it here instead, which means we need a copy of that. It actually is. So you can see here it's completely unadjusted. So we're taking the rotation of the physics ship, so that's the true ship, and applying that to our little mini ship on the display. Now the thing is, the display is rotated 180 degrees in order for that to work and point in the right direction, because space moves around the ship. So space moving is inverse to whatever this ship is doing, and that includes rotations as well. So when you pitch the nose of the ship down, space needs to pitch up in the opposite direction to obviously, display that offset relative movement. But because we're moving space around the ship, everything's inverted, and that's just mind-boggling when you're trying to line everything up. So what I'm going to do here, if we switch on our sensor mode, so if we run a select on that, so the GPS mode, nothing crazy is happening, so we'll just use that as is. Okay, then on brake rotator. So what we'll do with this is we will invert some of those rotations on the medium range sensors in order to display that accurately. Well, the map is such that it has to, the map has multiple different modes, so it can either be focused on the ship or the target. And the map itself doesn't rotate because the map is always aligned with the galactic plane. At some point, we may also align it with the plane of the star system. Then it gets even more complicated because you've got an additional offset to take care of at that point. But that's one for the future. So the question is, which ones are inverted, the pitch, roll, or the yaw? So I'm pretty sure the pitch was correct. I think with these ones, if we add 180 to the value, that should invert it quite nicely. So we'll use that on the long range too. Let's just give that a try and see whether that fixes it. Let's need to get rid of that. So if we now aim it at Earth, where are we facing? Yes, the NPCs are essentially a consumable resource, so they are something that can run out. And obviously the more NPCs that die, the more you have to do on the ship. So that one's the wrong way around. So if we add 180 to all of these rotations, so we completely invert it, let's see what that does. Points us that way, and we're still Earth. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, it's a good idea, Tycho. Right, yeah, I need to make sure it's unhidden. Hey, Gundam. Yeah, the only people we've had working directly with us so far are concept artists. We're going to be doing a much bigger recruitment drive once this build is on the public demo, because we're focusing 100% on getting this done right now, which means I haven't really got the time to go through CVs and portfolios and do all the interviews and things. We didn't get very many applications for some of the more technical roles, so we need to widen the net with that. So yeah, so that's all happening once this demo update goes out. Arrow, that's what I wanted. I'm sure we can see the thing. So I'm going to try uninverting a couple of these and just seeing which way we end up pointing. Where's my arrow? Oh, I bet it's set to not render in game. Hang on, actually, that's... Ooh, pitch might be enough at this point. Where are we? Hidden in game off. Okay, so we don't want to invert pitch. Let's try that. This arrow's just being obtuse on purpose. So if that were to rotate on the z-axis, should be it. Actually, I think the other thing I'm going to do is not use world rotation. I'm going to use local rotation instead. That one. I think it doesn't help that I'm kind of mixing relative location and world location up. Is it at least point? Oh, look at that. Ooh, actually, hang on a minute. Let's see where that gets us. Yeah, so I was hoping that using relative rotation was going to make that arrow stick out where it should do. Why is it rotating out there? Because we're using relative rotation, so it shouldn't be rotating away from the plane of where it is. Let's get rid of some of these tabs a minute. So if I set them the same, is that pointing forward or backwards? Backwards, okay. Actually, you can. I've had mixed success with invert rotator. It doesn't always do what I expect it to do. But let's just see whether that works in this instance. It's actually helping, to be honest, because it's helping make sense of what's actually going on. Yeah, see, so invert rotator did nothing to that at all. I mean, technically that should do nothing. I mean, if we go... Oh, actually, though. I wonder if that will do it. Again, because we're using relative rotation, so it should just rotate it around the plane of the ship. Fascinating. Yeah, that'd be just typical. Right, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. Something has just occurred to me. I think... No. I was wondering whether this is actually 0 to 1 rather than 0 to 360. That would be hilarious. If this is 0 to 1 instead of 0 to 360, then that would explain a few things. Oh no, it is 0 to 360, that doesn't help. Ugh. Although, let's try multiplying by -1 rather than adding 180. Although, well, that is what we were doing there. It didn't work. So, have thought of something else I can do with it actually for that arrow. Okay, so adding 180 to those angles is obviously doing weird things. But if we... where is it? So if we make that a child of that, and then do that 180, which means it will be facing the right way on here. Was that like a crazy scale? Yeah, 180 on there. So that's now attached to that and pointing in the right direction, which means anything we do to the main object will be reflected on that. So that helps in that regard. What I'll also do for logic's sake, if we print text and format set text before and after. So our rotator before was that, and our rotator after is this. That will really show us exactly what we're seeing value-wise. At least that's pointing the right way now. So the interesting thing here is the before and after values are the same. Oh yeah, of course they are. Look, I've done nothing with them. Right, let's start with the pitch. Okay, so that worked exactly as expected. We went from facing down there to facing up there. Right. We just do pitch and yaw, roll as is. See, that's now suggesting yaw should not be inverted. The multiplayer is session based, but it's more like Minecraft. So once the server's running, you can just drop in and out as you choose, and there is a multiplayer save. Yeah, it saves. Right, so let's do this logically, shall we? So first of all, we'll do just inverting the x. Yeah, so the multiplayer, well, both the multiplayer and single player saves, just like Minecraft, save continuously. So every 5 to 10 seconds or so, they've already saved the current state of the game. So you can just continue where you left off at any point. We don't have save slots yet, but that is something that we'll be looking at in the future. And then there'll be multiple save slots. Essentially, there doesn't need to be a limit on that. It's however many you can fit on your hard drive. Now, this is just how Unreal does it. Right, now we'll try just doing the pitch. Okay. And now we will just do the yaw. Okay, so no single value is what's needed there. We need a combination of two. If we use, I guess, opposite to what's happening here, so we've got 1 minus 1, 1. So minus 1, 1, minus 1, which is what that would be. Logically, that's what it should be. Yes, Tiger, it's exactly that. So if we've tried that, then the thing to try would be that. Right now the game is around about 4 to 6 gig, now that we've added the galaxy, the real world galaxy data. I can tell you exactly how big, to be honest, because it's right here. 5.57 gig right now. Okay. So if we change that to world rotation, is it pointing the same way? That's the next question. I mean, it should be pointing the same way. No, it's not. That's interesting. Okay, so right, so let's try that. Try inverting all of them with world rotation. Points us that way, so we're on the right plane, just facing the wrong way. Okay. Now let's just try doing one at a time. So get rid of those ones. Points us that way. Again, so no single values. Let's start with those two and not that one. This is over there again. So those two and not that one. Over there again. I believe that's every combination possible. So interesting. See, logically, you'd think that the roll should be irrelevant, and the pitch and yaw should be inverted. Because we don't care about the roll, it's what direction the ship's facing. So that is what I would expect to see. It's almost like it's like 45 degrees off. It should be odd. Then even 45 degrees is going to be like... Yeah, I suppose it will be. 90's there, 45 is kind of exactly where it needs to be. I mean, surely not. Okay. Interesting, definitely. I bet it's the case that one of them needs to be rotated backwards and the other one forwards. I mean, that would make it even more. Though that is just pointing the same way, so perhaps not. What I'm going to do, because I've literally just gone through every combination of that I can think of, I will research that offline and see if I can work out what on earth is going on with that rotation, because something's obviously not right with this. However, the display itself and the location of the ship is correct. It's just the way it's pointing that's wrong. So we can live with that for a minute. The actual objective of doing all of this was to get the orrery map displaying on the long-range sensors. So I shall very quickly do that. And it should be quite a quick and easy thing to do, because where we do the long-range sensors there, if we grab another copy of that, we need the current page that we're on, and if we switch on that, technically that should be sufficient to render the orrery map instead of the star map, and then we just need the same details from here. I'll grab the medium range distance, because we're going to have to do some work on this to change that over. And then rather than the current sector location, we need that one. So that's the one we've got currently selected. And align to ship. We'll leave that off because we're the ship is rarely, if ever, going to be in that particular location, so we just won't display the ship there. Thank you, Festus. Yeah, that particular star system is supposed to be a custom one, so that's probably why it's not coming up with anything. Okay, so there's that one. So when we go into the detail mode, we should see the orrery map for Alpha Centauri. We do. Excellent. And then it should align to whichever planet we choose. I need to make sure we hide the ship for this one, actually. Okay, this is good. So yeah, I was going to say we can maybe flatten this out, but I think for now we'll leave it angled. Because to make it flat means we have to work out the relative difference in rotation between the inclination of this system and obviously the relative location of these planets relative to the plane that we would then be creating. So there's a lot of offsets that would need to be calculated there. So we've done enough of that for tonight. So this should mean then that regardless of whichever system you click on, you will now get an orrery map for it. See, some of them are going to be huge, so we need that. We need the zoom setting up. So when you go into the orrery map here, this needs to obviously change scale to be AU, or rather kilometers even, rather than light years. Other thing we need to do actually, because you can see here that it's giving you the name of the objects, so that needs to say unknown on all of these as well until they've been scanned. Yes, Firstus, I shall put a build out tonight and you can play with it. I'll polish up a couple of the naming things and maybe sort this out. But yeah, I shall get that out later, then you can have a play with it. So yeah, so we've got a current system that you're in there, and then long range version there, which is nice. So you can now basically load up an orrery map for any system anywhere in the galaxy, which is really nice. It should also work on distant sectors. So if we let's go somewhere right on the other side of the galaxy, so we're like we're all the way over here now. Should be able to see, yeah, so we can see the orrery map for that as well. Awesome. So obviously the idea of all of this, the whole point of doing this, was that when the color bandings are back for the temperature regions, you can now use this to decide whether or not this is a system that's worth flying over to and exploring. And it should be much easier to converse about that data when you're doing it in the form of the map, rather than just just having a highlighted object on here. There. Okay. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. And again, this should, yep, this aligns with whichever planet you have selected. And that will zoom as well. Okay, well, sorry that the last like 2 hours of that stream was me trying to figure out a rotation. It's not often I give up on stream, but that one's going to require some deeper research, I think. But we still made some good progress tonight. We've got that orrery map working on the long-range sensors, which was the main objective. Thank you, Tycro. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure, Joseph. I'm going to have to go and have a good look at it. The little mini ship which reports its coordinates, those are the true coordinates. So the values we're working with are the true world coordinates. So the pitch, roll, and yaw should be relative to world space, like natively. Obviously, we're having to do some inverting and flipping with the orrery map to get the planets in the right location relative to the location of the ship, which we've done tonight, and we've got that working. But it does, however, mean that the little mini ship on the display is facing the wrong way. So we just need to work out what on earth the rotation offset is to counteract that change in location. I think that's that's probably the root of the issue. Because we're changing the vector location of the planets, we're not rotating anything. So what we're having to do is we're having to rotate the little mini ship in accordance to the rotation of world coordinates, which has just given me an idea. But I shall go and play with that offline because Claire has already got into bed. I think the fact that it's now 1:45 in the morning, I think we've overrun slightly on the stream timing. So I shall call it a night there. Hey Gingerbread. Sorry, we're just about to end the stream, so that was bad timing. Thank you for sticking with us for almost 5 hours, everyone. It's been one of those epic long streams tonight. I shall see you all again on Sunday. And yeah, keep your eyes open for a new build. I shall put one out shortly. Alright, have a great rest of the week, everyone. And I shall see you on the next one. Bye for now.